How far are you up? I'm all the way to Oklahoma. Almost. You kidding me? No, man. That's right, he called me. Yeah, that's where his house. That's where we at. We up by my house. The whole house from we down on you on the same street as the school? Same street as the school. That's school is farther down. That way. You on this side or this side? This right here. This is the bar. Lincoln is not too far over. That way.
I left at 2 last night and been back.
I don't think he was there. This might be a stable. Let him call me back in a bit. No, it's fine. Yeah, I'll come back.
You need some water?
I'm good, thank you.
Sure.
Yeah.
I thought I heard a thump. you talk about that. But this is an opportunity for us as a community, as a people, to band together and work to support one another. Whether you're affected or not, please take the opportunity to help a neighbor, help a friend, check in on friends and neighbors, and certainly check in on family members. Here with me today are Councilmember Jason Lyon, Councilmember Justin Jones, Councilmember Jessica Rivas, my colleagues on the Pasadena City Council. Also with us today is City Manager Miguel Marquez, our Supervisor, LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger, Congressmember Judy Chu, State Senator Sasha Perez, Assemblymember John Harabedian, the Superintendent of the Pasadena Unified School District, Dr. Blanco, the President of Pasadena City College, Dr. Jose Perez, a representative from the Humane Society. Also with us today are neighboring Assembly members, Assemblymember Coloza, Assemblymember Nick Schultz. You'll also hear from Fire Chief Chad Augustine and Police Chief Gene Harris. So again, I just want to assure people that Pasadena is working in conjunction with our neighboring jurisdictions, including the County of Los Angeles, particularly the County of Los Angeles. Supervisor Barger and I had the opportunity to sit down with the Governor of California this afternoon, not too long ago, maybe an hour ago, and the Governor has assured us that he will provide whatever assistance that we may request. And so on behalf of Supervisor Barger and I'd like to thank the Governor for coming, seeing for himself the devastation and committing the Guard and other resources to Pasadena. And so we will certainly be in touch. With that, let me, and I'll go over these points in Spanish at the end as well. Let me turn it over to City Manager Miguel Marquez.
Good afternoon. My name is Miguel Marquez. Excuse me, Miguel spelled M-I-G-U-E-L, Marquez, M-A-R-Q-U-E-Z. I am the City Manager for the City of Pasadena. It's been a brutal 22 hours here in Pasadena. My heart aches for all who lost their homes, their memories, and their sense of security. About 22 hours ago, we first learned of a fire in Eaton Canyon. As they always do, and despite the dangers, our first responders rushed to the scene. They found darkness, they found fire, and they found 80-mile-per-hour winds. Air support was not possible under those conditions. Our first responders did all they could under those brutal conditions to put out the fire, putting their own lives at risk to save others. They battled through the night, with more and more joining the fight as the night wore on. Our police officers went door to door, ensuring as many were evacuated to safety, including many seniors and those with mobility limitations. They saved many, many lives in the last 22 hours. Their efforts were heroic. Our first responders, our Public Works Department who cleared the streets, Pasadena Water and Power who kept the power on and the water flowing throughout the night. Public servants from so many different agencies came together in the last 22 hours to keep as many people safe as possible. Together, many, many lives were saved. The battle continues, as does our resolve. We will put out the fire, and then it will be time to rebuild. In this community, we may get knocked down, but we always pick ourselves up. Many thanks to our first responders, our city staff, our city council, our county, state, and federal partners, our education partners, our nonprofit partners, our business partners, our partners in the media, and most of all, our residents. Thanks to all for once again stepping up and doing what needed to be done to keep people as safe as possible in the face of danger. We will not relent. We will heal. We will rebuild. These last 22 hours didn't bring us down. They made us Pasadena strong. Thank you.
Next, I'll invite LA County Supervisor and our Supervisor, Catherine Barker.
As I was standing here, one of our Altadena residents came up to me who is very active in the Rotary, and he lost his home. I'm hearing this time and time again. And as the mayor told you, we went up and took a tour, and it is surreal. It is without words that I can even explain to you what is taking place, especially in my district in Altadena, but also in the bordering area of Pasadena. My heart is heavy, but I have to say, and the mayor is absolutely correct, we met with the governor, who also met with the president, and resources, both financial, but also resources for boots on the ground, are here, and we're going to continue to fight this fight. But I would ask people, please, 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 if you don't need to be in the area, we don't need you in the area. Recognize that when we drove up there, these are fires that are actively taking place as we speak. And there were many people that don't live in the area that just wanted to go up and take a look. We have fire personnel that is fighting this blaze, not only in Altadena, but also in the Palisades area. We need you all to work with us. And to those people that want to go up and loot, the full weight of the county will come down on you. And that's going to start with the district attorney, who's issuing a press release and is going to make sure the full set of the law is played out if you are caught looting in any area impacted by this fire. But I want to thank our first responders, who many of which have been on the line for over 24 hours. I think it's important for us to know that the chief of the LA County Fire has asked for resources outside the state, with the goal to let them go in and begin to fight the fires so that our firefighters can take a break and then start again. But again, I want to thank our first responders, but I also want to thank our state and federal partners, Congressmember Chu, Congressman Whitesides, who represents Santa Clarita area. It's very reassuring to know that we have an all hands on deck, both at the state and at the federal level. And we will rebuild. And to my friends out there that have lost their homes, we are here for you as we look forward to what we are going to do to help you rebuild your life. So with that, thank you.
Next, Congressmember Judy Chu.
Hello, I'm Congressmember Judy Chu, and I just got off the plane from Washington, D.C. My heart goes out to those who've lost their homes and their businesses. I've had friends tell me that they've lost their homes, and I can't believe the destruction that this fire is causing. But I want to tell you that this morning I was on the phone with the White House and with FEMA, and President Biden has declared this a national disaster. So now the mechanics are set for people to get assistance for recovery from FEMA. And also, FEMA was asked last night by the state of California to declare this eligible for the fire management grants, and indeed it is. So all the expenses that we see for fighting this fire will be reimbursed by the federal government. And also, I've spoken to Supervisor Torres of the San Gabriel Mountains. He's asked for help from Washington, D.C. to close the forest area. So I do want to urge everybody, please stay away from the forest area. I just urge everybody to make sure that you obey the evacuation orders, and that also you take advantage of the shelters that are available at the Pasadena Civic Center as well as the Arcadia Community Center. Our office is going to be ready to assist you in the recovery from these fires. And we know that there will be assistance from Small Business Administration, which has emergency loans, and there will be grants from FEMA. But right now, the most important thing is to be safe. So that's why I say to everybody, please stay out of these areas. Please make sure you obey the evacuation orders, and please stay safe.
Next, State Senator Sasha Renee Perez.
Good evening, everyone. I think this is a really difficult moment for many of us in the community, especially for those of us that have grown up in the San Gabriel Valley and who have come to know and love this community. As the supervisor said, we're receiving many calls from friends and community members letting us know that they've lost their homes, they've lost their businesses. This is a really devastating time. We're receiving many calls from friends and community members letting us know that they've lost their homes, they've lost their businesses. This is a really devastating time. We just toured the site and there are still fires burning, and I want to emphasize to people, if you are told to evacuate, please evacuate. Please take these warnings seriously. I have family members that have evacuated. They have left their homes. I understand how difficult of a decision this is, but this is about safety and safety first. We want to make sure that you all are taken care of, that you're taking care of your families. This is what is most important right now. It is incredibly dangerous for individuals to be up there during the time when there's fires like this. This is a very, very dangerous time, so please evacuate, get somewhere safe, make sure that your family is safe. Also, if you receive an evacuation warning, please make sure, if you have elderly neighbors, pick up the phone and let them know. We've seen a lot of senior citizens just here at the senior center that have been evacuated, and someone taking a moment to knock on the door and make sure that they were informed so that they're getting out of their home is so critical and makes such a difference. We know right now that there's a lot of folks that are struggling to have cell service when they're up in the foothills right now. We know power lines are down. And these fires are continuing to rage on. So, the state's doing everything that it can right now to make sure that we're allocating resources. We're moving firefighters from Northern California, from Central California to come here to fight this fire. There's firefighters coming from out of state. And so resources are coming. We're going to get this thing contained, but it is going to take time. And so make sure that you're staying away, letting our public safety officers do what they need to do so that we can get this contained. Thank you.
Next, Assemblymember John Harabedian.
Thank you, Mayor Gordo. For anyone who is a believer of any faith, please, we need your prayers. We need your thoughts of healing and anything that you can do to help our community. Many of our neighbors, our loved ones, and members throughout our community lost their lives today. And we are with you. We see you, we feel you, and we are going to help you get through this. As part of the state of California, along with our governor, our federal and local officials, our main mission now is to keep people safe, minimize any further devastation. And for those of you who lost your homes, who lost your property, who lost your loved ones, we are going to help you rebuild. We're going to do everything we can to fight for you every day, now, this week, over the next couple months and years, to make sure you get your life back. And that is my promise. That is the promise of everyone behind us. But please stay diligent. Heed the warnings of our public safety officers, and please stay out of harm's way. Thank you to our men and women on the front lines, our first responders. We are not out of this. It is all hands on deck, and it's going to be a long couple nights still. So thank you to everyone who's helping these efforts, and please pray for us.
Next, Superintendent of the Pasadena Unified School District, Dr. Blanco.
Good evening, and I want to echo the sentiments that our heart goes out to all of our families, our staff, our employees who have suffered losses during this devastating event. Behind me, you see the power of us, the city, the mayor, the city manager, our leader from the PCC, all came around the school district to help us provide for our families and our students. I saw many of my families here today who have lost their homes along with their staff. Thank you for being here with them, and thank you for supporting them. Our schools are going to remain closed for the rest of the week. We are continuing to assess the damages at our school. Our maintenance and operation team, along with our police department, the sheriffs, and our fire department, have been assessing our buildings. Our preliminary assessment results show that the fire has substantially damaged 5 campuses. While most of them are in good condition, we have confirmed these 5 campuses in Altadena. Elliott's Arts Magnet School is damaged. Franklin Elementary, which was closed in 2020, has damage of about 80%. 3 campuses that house other schools have sustained damages: Edison, Loma Alta, and Noyes. Please note this information is preliminary. The fire is not contained, and some of our schools still remain in the path of the fire. We're working together with our city partners to do everything we can to preserve our schools. Our next steps are recovery. We're planning for recovery as we respond to the emergency, as we know our families are dependent on us. Public education is the bedrock of democracy. We learned that in COVID, and we will be here to help our families and our staff get through what is happening in our city. Thank you. We're deeply grateful for everything that you all have done to help and support us.
Next, President of Pasadena City College, Dr. Jose Gomez.
Hi, I'm Jose A. Gomez, Jose A. Gomez, Gomez. Over the last 24 hours, our hearts have been broken by what has transpired. We have lost our peace. Although Pasadena City College has sustained minor damage, our hearts and our prayers and our thoughts are with our greater community. We are so grateful at Pasadena City College for the incredible leadership that the city of Pasadena and all of our legislators and all of our elected officials have provided, not just to our college, but also to our community. The campus will be closed and we will not be having classes until next Monday. We will resume regular schedule and classes on Monday, if possible. Of course, it's a very fluid situation. But more importantly than that, we have activated much of our campus community in support of our partners and our greater Pasadena San Gabriel Valley family. Our emergency management response team has been deployed here to the convention center to help the city. We have our nursing staff who will be arriving soon to help our city Department of Public Health, and in partnership with our superintendent of Pasadena Unified School District, Dr. Elizabeth Blanco, we are also serving meals to our PUSD families at Pasadena City College. We are here to help in any way possible, and we of course appreciate all of your support and all of your help. Pasadena and the San Gabriel Valley has been an amazing partner to PCC, and we are here to be an important and critical partner to the communities that we serve. Thank you.
Next, from the Humane Society, Dia DeVernit.
I'm Dia DeVernit, President and CEO of Pasadena Humane. We're a nonprofit animal welfare organization and shelter serving Pasadena and 10 surrounding areas, including Altadena, which has been very hard hit by this fire. And our hearts really go out to all the people who have lost their homes and their pets in this disaster. We recently just heard from one of our board members who lost her home with her 2 cats in it. I'm sure we're going to be hearing more stories like this in the coming hours and days, but our primary focus has been over the past 24 hours to assist people who have been safely evacuating with their pets and need a place for their pets to go. So we've taken in over 250 pets in the past 24 hours, and we have been working today to coordinate with shelters throughout the state to help take the animals that are already in our shelter to make room for more animals who are coming in. I want to really thank everyone who has offered assistance, including the shelters around the state and people who we see in our community who are rescuing neighbors' pets and bringing them to us. It really has been heartwarming to see even our staff members who have been evacuated and are losing their homes coming to the shelter to shelter with their pets and take care of other people's pets. It's going to take a real community effort to recover from this. We've had lots of inquiries from people wanting to help. We're taking names of those who would be interested in fostering animals as we get more animals in. Right now, our primary need is monetary donations so that we can provide emergency services to pets that have been impacted by the fires. We are also providing food and other pet supplies if anyone is in need. And we really encourage you, if you are evacuating, please make sure your pet has identification. Take pet supplies with you. And if possible, please try to stay with family or friends who can accommodate you and your pet, as the shelters are really becoming quite stressed in this situation. I want to give a few concrete resources because they have been rapidly evolving. For those in the foothill areas who have horses in need of shelter, right now the Fairplex in Pomona is taking them, the Industry Hills Equestrian Center, and soon LA County will be opening the Antelope Valley Fairgrounds. We've heard that the LA Equestrian Center, where horses have been kept, is currently being evacuated. We have recently started to see the first injured animals coming in. We've had a cat and some wildlife coming in. If you do find injured wildlife, we'd like you to call our wildlife helpline at 626-344-1129. We're very thankful to our skilled veterinarians who are providing care to these animals, and we'll continue to provide care around the clock to animals in need in our community. Thank you.
Next, because this is still an active fire with very little, if any, containment, I think it's important to hear from the fire chief. And our fire chief is here with us, Chief Chad Augustine.
Good afternoon. My name is Chad Augustine, your Pasadena Fire Chief, CHADAUGUSTIN. I'd like to give you a current sit stat on our Eaton fire. We can confirm that the Eaton fire is now over 10,600 acres at 0% containment. I'd be remiss, though, if I didn't highlight some of the heroic actions last night by your public safety, police, and fire, who literally saved lives, pulling people out from burning buildings, getting them out of streets and vehicles where they had no ways to evacuate. Our death count today would be significantly higher without their heroic actions. We currently have 60 strike teams requested and 750 firefighters working on this incident. We're in a unified command with multiple agencies to include Law, LA County Fire, LA County Sheriff, and Angeles National Forest, along with Pasadena Fire. We have strike teams committed from all over the state and as far as Arizona coming to assist us. Multiple structures have been damaged or destroyed as this wind-driven fire had wind gusts of 70+ miles per hour. We had spotting of embers 2 to 3 miles ahead of the fire. I can confirm tonight that we have somewhere between 200 and 500 structures damaged or lost. We really need, as as it becomes safe to do so and we get a better handle on this fire, we're going to be able to, we need to come in and be able to survey the damage to get an exact total of number of structures that have been damaged or completely lost. We continue to be in red flag conditions, and we expect that to be through Thursday with variable and high wind speeds. Thankfully not as strong as what we saw last night. We are encouraging people to stay updated as the weather can continue to change very rapidly. Please, if we issue an evacuation order, heed our request. Be prepared, have your go bag, and immediately evacuate. Thankfully, the current forecasts allow us today to start getting aircraft in to fight this fire. Since around 10 a.m., we've had aircraft doing water drops. With the goal of limiting the fire spread, we will come behind those water drops with hand crews and fire engines to get a containment line around this fire. We expect, with favorable conditions over the next couple days, to start making good progress on this fire. And with that, I'll turn it over to the police chief.
Chief, can we take a question on the statistics and the current situation with you have your firefighters? How are they holding up over the past 22 hours now?
Yeah, they're exhausted. We need those reinforcements coming in, but they've done incredible work. Where they've, you know, an example is crews that fought 15 house fires over a 28-hour period. They didn't save any of them, but they prevented 2 or 3 blocks away from burning down. So great work, not just from your Pasadena fire, but throughout this entire region.
You requested 60 strike teams. What's the status of that? And how long before
Great question. So we have multiple strike teams have arrived. We're in the early like 15-ish strike teams, and we expect over the next 24 hours we'll be close to 50. Even some of the Arizona strike teams should be here by this evening.
Can you talk about resources being stretched? I know that this morning, looking at some of the fires, there were maybe 1 or 2 firefighters on scene only because it appeared not to have the resources. Everybody spent 2 minutes. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, sure. I would be kidding all of you if I said we didn't have resources stretched yesterday, right? It's a rarity that you have 2 major brush fires in LA County, like we did yesterday with the Eden Fire and the Palisades, let alone the multiple other fires that we saw. So we had an extreme drawdown from with LA County Fire, and they are our biggest partner. Even with their drawdown, they sent us a lot of resources last night, which was really helpful. It's unfortunate with the wind gusts that we had, up to 70-mile-an-hour winds, they had to ground their aircraft last night. But we really relied on all of LA County to bring us resources, and then with the mutual aid requests from up and down the state. Did that answer your question? Thank you.
You said one more. I wanted to ask about, you were inside the fire zone and multiple residents have talked about a lack of water pressure or a lack of water at all in trying to fight fires. There's a similar situation in the Palisades, and they said it was due to the amount of water usage at one time. Is this what you were seeing? What was the situation there? We saw it firsthand as well. Why was this the case? Is this going to be a problem for
Yeah, when you have multiple fires, multiple city blocks on fire, with, I'll throw a number out, 100 fire engines flowing water, we are gonna stretch our water system. On top of that, we had a loss of power temporarily, which impacted our water system. But I'll be clear, we could have had much more water with those wind gusts. We were not stopping that fire last night. Those erratic wind gusts were throwing embers for multiple miles ahead of the fire. And that's really what caused the rapid spread of this fire.
Sir, where specific the fire start? The most specific, because it's a picture taken approximately 6:30 last night, like a transforming fire in around Canyon.
That's correct. The time that is correct. And around 6:30 was when the fire came in the Altadena area. It was actually in LA County, but right on the border. We had both Pasadena and LA County resources arriving almost simultaneously. And then, of course, the fire quickly moved into the Pasadena city limits.
So 10,600 acres on fire, 0% containment, hundreds of homes destroyed. What can you say to the community tonight to get them home?
Yeah.
That you'll have a handle on this anytime.
Yeah, what gives me hope is when I look at the trees and bushes around here. Last night was incredible, right? It was like something that most of you have probably never seen. Tonight we have very mild wind conditions where we can get aircraft and a ton of additional resources getting their hands around this fire. That's what gives me confidence that we're going to get a handle on this fire.
Why don't we bring the police chief up, and then then you can ask questions of both chiefs.
The cause, you're going to love my generic answer, but the cause is under investigation, right? We have multiple fire investigators as well as fire and arson investigators from LA County and local resources investigating that. We need to let them do their good work so that we can come up with an accurate cause and origin.
Well, we'll ask the chief to stay here for more questions, but in the meantime, because this also involves a public safety situation and neighborhoods that have been evacuated and homes, the message I want to reiterate is don't even think about it. Don't think about coming to loot any of these properties in Pasadena or Altadena, because the Pasadena Police Department, as well as the LA County Sheriff and resources from the state of California, will be out there patrolling and protecting these neighborhoods. With that, I'll turn it over to our police chief, Eugene Harris, to provide you more facts and details.
My name is Gene Harris. I am the police chief for the city of Pasadena. Gene is G-E-N-E. Last name is Harris, H-A-R-R-I-S. Last night at the beginning of this incident, first responders from the city of Pasadena responded to the area of this event primarily on a safety mission. But when they got there, they rapidly found an escalating fire that was growing rapidly with the wind gusts, and it turned into a rescue evacuation scenario. Those first responders acted heroically by going in and either evacuating or rescuing numerous folks that are now housed in this building behind me. It was nothing short of heroic, and as they got there, it rapidly turned into that type of mission. So we had people from our police department, our fire department, certainly reached out into our Area C partners, local, state, and county folks that came to assist. And it took all night to get folks rescued or evacuated from their homes, and that effort was robust in that end. We also reached out beyond our county into other counties. We had some other agencies roll assets to us that could help us solve this problem, and they are still on scene at our command post as we speak. As you heard said, this is an active scenario from a law enforcement perspective. You've heard all of the fire circumstances and issues. I'm going to talk a little bit about what we in law enforcement are doing in this incident. As I said, it started out as an evacuation and rescue mission. It is now going to transition for law enforcement into a protection and community safety mission. And we will be staunch in protecting the community and protecting the homes of those folks who've had to be evacuated. We will have numerous folks in and around the area. Upwards of 150 officers at any one time in and around the city handling all of our regular patrol efforts, but certainly focusing on making sure that the homes and the property around the burn area is secure. We will be staunch in that effort. If you have, and this is a message to the community, if you have a righteous reason to be there, declare that reason to law enforcement personnel and we'll assist you. If you don't have a righteous or legal reason to be there, expect to be challenged and we will deal with you accordingly. The idea here is we want to make sure that we protect the people in this community, we protect the sanctity of these people's homes, and we will do that without fail. As you heard the mayor say, don't come here if that is the mission, if that's what you plan to do. You will run into somebody in one of these uniforms, and we will take care of that situation. So ensure that we are going to be staunch and very stern about the way that we're conducting this protection mission. I want to end it by simply saying the first responders in this city are second to none. those partners that responded to help us really stood up, and you've got some really good elements that came out here to support this community and make it safe. So we will have ongoing and sustained operations. There will not be any lessening of operational capability for emergency services. We might find that some of the regular services will be out. We've put some information out on that for social media and on the media to make sure that people understand that we may not have the counters open and some of those things for regular services. But all emergency services will be dealt with without any lessening of services or impact. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the mayor.
Now we can open it up to questions from any of our speakers that you may have. I can do Spanish now, or we can do one-on-one.
Mayor, we asked the chief about the looting situation. Is this a looting? Did that happen here at the Canyon Fire? I mean, what was the situation here that makes you speak so forcefully about any activities that might happen?
Well, the forceful nature of my delivery is really designed to impact what our caring is for this community. It's a community caring mission. We haven't had any incidents of looting, and we don't want any. And so the message is, don't come here if that's what you plan to do. You're going to run into one of us, and we're going to be staunching that effort. So we haven't had anything yet, but we're trying to expect the unexpected and get in front of these types of things.
Any other questions for Chief Augustine?
Chief, there were a number of significant spot fires that broke out not only in the hills but along Lake Avenue, for example. Several buildings suddenly caught fire at once. Do you anticipate any of that tomorrow?
I do not. Right, we're still in a very active incident, right? And we have a dynamic fire that has 0% containment. But what caused a lot of last night's issues was the dynamic winds, wind gusts of 70 miles an hour, and very erratic winds. 2 in the morning, they changed direction heading westward, and we ended up having evacuations all the way to Glendale. So do I expect a risk of fire spread tomorrow? Yes. Do I expect erratic fire weather like we saw last night? No. We can confidently say those embers were spreading ember cast 2+ miles, right? And we were in red flag conditions, right? And just acknowledging that we're in red flag conditions in January, right, should make us all pause. And so the humidity was so low last night that a single spark could cause a fire. And then you add in the wind gusts. And when I was driving to the fire last night, there was dozens of fires starting just from the embers that were being thrown blocks, and miles ahead of the fire.
Chief, the owner of the Bunny Museum told us on our air on CBS, take a look, that the fire hydrant in front of his museum was dry, and that firefighters couldn't get any water out of it. Are you sure that all the hydrants are working? Was that a water pressure problem? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I can't comment on that specific instance because I don't know the facts of that, but I can tell you that it's very common in a brush fire in a city when you have that big of a fire with that many resources that we're going to tax our water supply and our water system. Then if you have a loss of power, which may impact the pressure, it's going to make it even worse. So yes, all of that. We're going to struggle on water supply on a very, very large brush fire like we saw last night with multiple structures on fire.
Do you feel that you got enough help, enough mutual aid quick enough? Did it arrive fast?
Yeah.
Did it help?
Sure. What was great, if there was a positive thing from yesterday, is we were preparing for a wind event for multiple days in advance of what happened last night. We were preparing for a wind event as well as possible brush fire, but you had augmented staffing all over the county, and which really benefited us because we were able to be nimble, send resources to Palisades Fire early in the day, and they were sending us resources by the evening time. That's the benefit of the mutual aid system in California, specifically LA County. Yes.
As you're speaking right now on our air, we're showing live pictures of houses burned to the ground.
we grieve for them, right? We are incredibly sorry that they have a loss of, for many of them, everything they own, right? And it's tough as your fire chief. That's my responsibility. I also know that last night was unprecedented conditions, where we did a lot of good work, but we were not able to save every residence or building that was out there.
Mayor Gordo, on that same note, how surreal is it to get inside this convention center many times before, many different events, but to see it being utilized in this way? More than 1,000 people are now using this. Looking forward, what are some of the biggest needs that you think in the days to come that you'll need here for the folks who are evacuated?
Well, first and foremost, it's very sad to see families dislodged, particularly families that have lost their home, and as the chief says, have lost everything. I think one of the biggest challenges is going to be to transition people who have lost their home into permanent housing. We have hundreds of homes that have been destroyed, and moving people into permanent long-term housing is definitely going to be a challenge, and it's going to be a challenge that we're going to engage the county, the state, and the federal government in.
Has there been any contact information, a website or phone number set up for missing persons? So if a family member, if someone in the area was evacuated, a family is out of state or out of county, how do you track down your loved one?
Well, the standard 911 will be efficient enough to get us to the numbers that we need to get you. I would suggest that you make that call. To me, that stands to be an emergency, so let's do that. You can also contact our business line, and we can get you to the right people that can guide you in. If you think that your folks are at our evacuation center, which is right here behind us, we have plenty of staff that are here that can help you ID any family members or friends that might be here.
Okay, what's the business line?
I don't know that off the top of my head, unfortunately, but we can get that on our website.
Okay, this again, to all affected residents, know that your city, your county, and other resources are there to help. If you need assistance, please reach out to us. Pasadena and its residents, and Altadena, it's a resilient community, and I'm sure that we'll bounce back. In the interim, this is an evolving situation, and so we're asking people to listen in carefully to what the police chief, the fire chief are saying. If you're asked to evacuate, evacuate. If you're thinking about coming to Pasadena or Altadena, for that matter, to cause problems, the LA County Sheriffs will be there to get you, and you will be arrested if you're engaging in conduct that you should not be engaging in. With that, that will complete our, unless there are other questions. Thank you.
¿Cómo le suena en español?
This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters.
Hey, I gotta get out of here. It's getting a little close. Well, they're all, I think they're on my shot. Okay, they're not. You may have to ask them to get off. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Zach Seidel. I'm Deputy Mayor Communications. I appreciate everybody coming for this important press conference regarding. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Zach Seidel. I'm Deputy Mayor Communications. I appreciate everybody coming for this important press conference regarding the emergencies facing our city. First, we're going to hear from Mayor Karen Bass. Following that, we'll hear from Chair of the Board of Supervisors, Catherine Barger. After that, we'll hear from County Board of Supervisors, Supervisor Lindsay Horvath. Following that, we'll hear from LA City Fire Chief, Kristen Crowley. Following that, we'll hear from LA County Fire Chief, Anthony Maroney. After that, we'll hear from LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell, then Sheriff Robert Luna. And following that, we'll hear from LADWP General Manager Janice Quinones, as well as Superintendent Alberto Carvalho. The mayor will come back to the podium and open it up for questions. I'll call on questions from the left. And with that, Mayor Bass.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I stand here today with incredible sympathy and concern about the devastation and the tragedy that our city and county are facing. And I definitely want to send my condolences to the families who lost loved ones, to the families and neighborhoods who lost property. This firestorm is the big one in magnitude. Hurricane force winds are usually accompanied by rainstorms, but these are hurricane force winds that are combined with extremely dry drought conditions. To provide context, at 10:20 a.m. yesterday, the Palisades fire was at 10 acres. 12 minutes later, it was at 200 acres. To those who fled their homes, especially those who have lost your homes, our hearts are breaking for you, and we stand with you. I know the world is looking at images of our city's devastation. I have seen the front lines of the Palisades fire, and it is staggering. I've been in constant contact with our fire commanders, with county, state, and federal officials. I took the fastest route back, which included being on a military plane, which facilitated our communications. So I was able to be on the phone the entire time of the flight. We are fighting for you and everyone in Los Angeles. Thank you to our first responders who waded into flames, pulled people from cars, and got them to safety no matter how dangerous. And thank you to everyone who heeded our warnings to evacuate. Tonight, more people may get evacuation orders, and if they do, please leave immediately. If you have an evacuation warning, get ready to go. Protect yourself and each other, and support our firefighters on the front lines. Our strategy included preparations and pre-deployment, and it now includes fire crews from around the state and from our federal partners. We are also adapting in real time, These winds continue to blow. So let me be clear. I am making sure that we leave no resource untapped. Firefighters are now on scene from across the state and across the country. I spoke with President Biden today and Governor Newsom earlier today, and they assured me of full federal and state support. As we head into tonight, we are still facing strong and erratic winds. In Palisades and in Sylmar, we are very much in an active firefight. I can report to you that the Woodley fire, however, in the Sepulveda Basin is under control. I can also report that finally air operations have resumed, and that is a big deal, but it is up to the winds as to how long the air support can continue. But these conditions are highly volatile. We've seen a devastating fire in the Pasadena area. Fires have sparked up in Simi Valley and on the LA and Ventura County line. And as our firefighters do battle on the front lines, all of us must be vigilant. So if you receive an evacuation order, please leave immediately. If you receive a warning, get ready, protect yourself and protect each other, and don't divert firefighters from our strategy. Signals are out and the roads have debris, so stay off the roads unless you are evacuating or have another emergency. Be prepared, food, water, medicine, a bag packed and ready. Again, this is an active situation. And conserve water to the extent that you can. We want to make sure that we are ready if we need more water. But make no mistake, Los Angeles will rebuild stronger than ever. Right now, if you need help, emergency information, resources, and shelter is available. All of this can be found at URL. Los Angeles, together is how we will get through this. Through the heroism of our firefighters, the vigilance of Angelenos, and the spirit of our city. This is a big moment. It is a big moment for all of us to come together, for Angelenos to be united, for Angelenos to be prepared to help each other. This is who we are. LA will rise, and make no mistake, I am confident that we will rebuild. And with that, I would like to introduce LA County Board of Supervisor Chair, Catherine Barker.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to thank you for your leadership. I know when this first hit, we were in constant contact, so thank you for being a true leader to this great city of Los Angeles. Obviously, as someone who represents the 5th District, we are prone to wildfires, but nothing like what I witnessed today. The Eaton Canyon fire is ripping through a community like I have never seen. It is like a third world country out there. I would ask anyone listening, if you do not need to be in the area and you've been evacuated, please heed the evacuation warning. And if you don't live in the area, please stay away. I was shocked to see people walking around that don't live up there that are just taking a look at what's going on. We have firefighter and first responders that are trying to do their job, and it's important for us to all support them and make sure that we provide space so that they can get it done. The county has lost many facilities. Our parks, our Eaton Canyon Nature Center, our senior center. I'm sure the sheriff will talk about the fact that we almost lost our sheriff's station, but it's been evacuated. We are going to rebuild. And when we met with the governor and the president, the resources and the promises have been made. And it's going to be our job to deliver. And I am confident, given the resiliency of this great county, working with all of our partners, we will rebuild. And to my friends out there that I have talked to today that have lost their homes up in Eaton Canyon, I am a phone call away, and you are not alone. And to those of you that have lost homes, please reach out for help. You are not alone. It's important for us to recognize that these people have lost everything. In many cases, their entire life savings. So as we move forward, we're going to make sure the Department of Mental Health has resources on the ground. But if you need someone to talk to, reach out. Reach out. Love thy neighbor. So with that, I would like to invite Supervisor Lindsay Horvath up, my colleague who represents the 3rd District Palisades Fire.
Thank you very much. Earlier today, I visited the Westwood Recreation Center, where I was able to listen, to grieve, and to be with evacuees in this time of crisis, to also thank the volunteers, but most importantly, to let each person know in this time of crisis that they're not alone. To everyone feeling the anguish of this tragedy, the county will be here for you no matter what as we recover from these fires. But we're not out of this yet, and we need to continue to follow all guidance from our emergency personnel. I want to thank you for evacuating, for letting our first responders do their job, and for keeping your loved ones safe. Here are the updates from the 3rd District. Since our last press conference, evacuation orders have expanded into Santa Monica to San Vicente, and evacuation warnings now include Montana to Wilshire, Ocean to 11th. Gas shutoffs are affecting more than 15,000 people in Malibu, from Brentwood Country Club to Pepperdine. A boil water advisory is now in effect for LA County Waterworks District 29. This is the Sunset Mesa community from Topanga Beach and Coastline Drive on the south to Shore Heights Drive on the north, and from Topanga Canyon Road to Carbon Canyon Road in Malibu, including communities of Big Rock and Carbon Mesa. For more information about water, you can call 800-675-4357. Barry J. Nydorf Juvenile Hall remains in an evacuation warning area. Should the warning become an order, the chief has developed a plan for safe evacuation. Our young people's safety remains my top priority. Today, we also received agreement from the President of the United States to approve a major disaster declaration, which will include individual assistance and public assistance programs. President Biden, we are so grateful. Additionally, our County Department of Mental Health is activated. For mental health resources, you can call the helpline at 800-854-7771 for 24/7 support and mental health resources. We know this is a traumatic time. Please ask for help. The county has also invested additional funding into our 211 system to increase capacity. LASA has activated the Augmented Winter Shelter Program to provide shelter to our unhoused community during this time. LA County Assessor Jeffrey Prang has shared property tax installment deferral applications, misfortune calamity damage reassessment applications, and a disaster relief FAQ for property owners affected by the fires. You can go to assessor.lacounty.gov. The Emergency Network LA is coordinating volunteers. To sign up, go to enla.org. In addition, the American Red Cross and LA Food Bank have all set up specific donation websites that you can access at emergency.lacounty.gov. Downed trees and power lines are impacting public transit service, and I want to thank Chair of our Metro Board, Supervisor Janice Hahn, for her speed and waiving Metro fares on today because of station power outages. But please, if you are in a safe place and you don't need to travel, stay put and stay safe. For those evacuating, Uber is providing rides for free up to $40 to get to active shelters. This includes Pasadena Civic Auditorium, Westwood Recreation Center, El Camino Real Charter, Richie Valens Rec Center, and you can use the promo code WILDFIRE25. Tonight, the winds will remain strong, but our resolve is stronger. This emergency will continue. Let's keep each other safe, heed emergency instruction, and pray for the success of our frontline and first responders. Thank you. And now I'd like to introduce LA City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley.
Good evening, everyone. As Southern California is continuing to endure some of the most historic fire conditions on record, extreme fire weather driven by strong and erratic winds and low humidity have ignited multiple fires across our region. The LAFD is fully committed to continuously monitoring and adapting to the evolving nature of this weather event and stands ready to respond to any additional incidents that may arise. Now, how did we prepare? We prepared in many, many ways, but I want to focus on two main things. We augmented our staffing levels and strategically pre-deployed our additional resources. In addition, we have recalled off-duty LAFD firefighters to augment our response across the entire city. I'll be providing a brief on a few of the incidents within the city. As we know, the Palisades fire continues to demand significant local, regional, state, and federal resources. Currently, the fire is over 15,800 acres and is growing, with 1,792 personnel who are currently assigned. And as we know, I want to be very, very clear that this incident is very, very dynamic as we speak. The good news, the winds have subsided a bit, enough to allow our fixed wing and rotor wing aircraft to provide critical air support to this fire. Next up is the Hearst fire. The Hearst fire has grown to over 700 acres with 260 personnel assigned to this specific incident. There are evacuation orders in place with multiple structures that are threatened. We continue to focus on fire and life safety. The Woodley incident. It is controlled and approximately has burned 30 acres. I want to clarify a little something before Chief Maroney comes up. The Eaton fire, we are closely monitoring this specific fire. It is in the county, and we are absolutely paying very, very close attention to see how else we can assist. If it does come into the city, we are ready. Now, in addition to the large-scale brush fires, in the past 24 hours, the LAFD has responded to an additional 3,950 911 calls for service within the city. This also includes 10 structure fires. We have treated and transported an extensive number of medical emergencies throughout the city. Now, the LAFD also continues to assess and allocate resources to ensure timely and effective responses across the entire city. As the situation evolves, the LAFD remains steadfast in its mission, working closely with our local, state, and federal partners to mitigate the impacts of this unprecedented fire condition. Also, I want to talk about a few of the challenges and adaptations. Multiple incidents throughout this region. We are going to talk about all of these fires within Southern California. We're utilizing mutual aid partners from across the region, state, and adjoining states, and firefighters are surging into Southern California as we speak. Also, the challenges with water pressure in the Palisades. Standard firefighting adaptations for water. What we do when water is limited. We have the ability to pull water from ponds. We can pull water from pools. We're utilizing as many water tenders that we have, and we're working very, very closely with DWP on this. Next, we will continue to focus. I want to make very, very clear, saving lives first, evacuations, and rescues. We are not out of danger. You can see the active fires that are burning. With strong winds that are going to continue throughout the night, I can tell you and assure you that firefighters and first responders remain focused on protecting lives and property. We urge the public to help us by doing the following. Stay informed through trusted news and official updates. Be prepared to evacuate if you live near wildland areas. follow all evacuation warnings and orders without delay. We also ask the public to stay off the roadways and away from any of the impacted areas. Now, the LAFD and other partners, we're working so closely together. We are absolutely united in our top priority, and that is saving lives. Ensuring that the safe evacuation and rescue of our residents in harm's way remains our absolute top priority and our focus during this wind-driven fire. Thank you, Mayor Bass, the elected leaders who are here, and for all and every single firefighter, first responder, boots on the ground that are doing the work. Together we can continue to protect our communities and keep everybody safe. Next, I'd like to go ahead and introduce the fire chief from Los Angeles County, which is Anthony Maroney.
So good evening. Thank you for the comprehensive update, Chief Crowley. My name is Anthony Maroney. I'm the County of Los Angeles Fire Chief, and I'm going to give an LA County update in addition to a Region 1 update. For the Eaton Fire in Los Angeles County, Altadena, Pasadena, and Sierra Madre, the LA County Fire Department continues to be in unified command with the U.S. Forest Service and the Pasadena and Sierra Madre Fire Departments, in addition to our law enforcement partners. The fire has been mapped this afternoon at 10,600 acres, and it is still growing. We have 0% containment. We have over 750 firefighting personnel assigned on the line, and mutual aid resources from out of state, including Arizona, have arrived to assist us with this firefight. Unfortunately, we have 5 reported civilian fatalities, a number of injuries, and over 1,000 structures damaged or destroyed. The cause of the fire is unknown and under active investigation by both the Los Angeles County Fire Department, Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, and the U.S. Forest Service arson investigators. And the moment we learn the cause of this fire, we will advise the media. We also have a new fire start in the Acton area of Los Angeles County, the Lydia Fire, estimated to be between 80 and 100 acres, 30% contained, and thankfully, forward progress has been stopped. As the Region 1 coordinator, I did request mutual aid from the 5 counties of Los Angeles, Orange County, Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo counties yesterday. Additionally, last night, I contacted the State Office of Emergency Services and requested 250 additional engine companies from Northern California, staffed with over 1,000 personnel. At this time, the state of California is exercising their emergency compacts with the western states of Arizona, Nevada, Utah, Oregon, and Washington for additional firefighting resources and personnel to come to Los Angeles County to assist us with this widespread fire emergency. One data point is that we have 60 units responding from Oregon, 45 units responding from Washington, 10 units responding from New Mexico, 15 units responding from Utah, and numerous units responding from Arizona. Currently, the National Weather Service has predicted that this red flag warning will remain in effect for Los Angeles County and much of Ventura County through Friday. Thank you, and I would now like to invite up to the podium Los Angeles Police Chief Jim McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chief. I just want to say a few things and not to repeat what's already been said any more than needs to be stressed, but a sincere thank you to everybody who's out there in the impacted area for your patience and your support, to our first responders and support departments who have been out there from the very beginning doing the very best they can to protect everybody. The word resilience was used, and that's what it's going to be. We're going to be an example of resilience in the very best sense of the word. We're going to bounce back from this, and it's going to be a challenging week ahead, but we're going to be able to get through it by working together. These have been unprecedented conditions, as you've heard over and over again, and the fire has been very unpredictable. That is why the need for vigilance is I can't stress enough how much we've got to pay attention to our neighbors, to our own yards and property, and be able to catch something quickly if we get something sparking off. I think that is critical. This is not over, long from over. Our job primarily is to assist in a support capacity our fire partners with evacuation, with traffic control, and with crime suppression. And on the crime suppression front, you've heard also about the potential for looting, people going in and taking advantage of the worst possible circumstances to be able to enrich themselves. That will not be tolerated at all, and my ask is that everybody stay out of the impacted areas unless you live there, unless you have a real reason to be there. Our officers will be out there. They'll be watching for this, and we're taking this very, very seriously. So I want to thank you again for your work with us, to our media partners, for all that you've been able to do to get the message out there and keep people safe. It's now my honor to introduce Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you all for covering this very important story. So as I stand here before you with my partners around me, please know that I have several hundred LA County deputy sheriffs along with other police officers who are working all the impacted areas out there. They're involved in evacuations. They're involved in traffic control, ingress and egress into the area. They're involved in security, which the chief talked about, and I talked about it earlier. We're up to 3 arrests with looting. That is 100% unacceptable. I'm going to repeat it. If you do not belong in these areas, do not go there. We have additional people that we've brought in just to make sure that people's property are left alone. These people have gone through so much. Don't put them through more than they have to go through. And then we're on humanitarian missions. I have deputies dropping off food, blankets, and other things to people who have either been evacuated or who just need somebody to talk to and frankly just give a hug to. Those are the kind of things that we're doing out there. I do want to talk about evacuations. Regarding the Eaton fire, we have over 70,000 of our community members who have been impacted by either evacuation orders and or warnings. The Palisades fire, approximately 60,000 who have been impacted by evacuation orders or warnings. As I said earlier, we have called in additional resources, not only for what's in front of us, but looking around the corner, what's next. Both fire chiefs have made it very clear we are not out of danger. There's a lot of work to be done. For me, in my other role as mutual aid coordinator, just to give you an example, as we are not only calling in our resources, we check with other departments, both in the county and outside the county. And we've provided Pasadena Police Department with additional resources, one from the Long Beach Police Department in a mutual aid capacity, and from the Orange County Sheriff's Department. So I'd like to thank those two departments. And that's something we do in law enforcement. Santa Monica's asked for help last night, and we also coordinate in helping with that as well. Chief Maroney mentioned it. Unfortunately, we do have 5 fatalities. We're praying that number doesn't increase, but there's a lot of work to do. And we'll see what happens there. We are up to 3 looting arrests as we speak. And then the last thing I'd like to leave you with again is earlier I spoke about evacuation warnings, evacuation orders, and a lot of road closures that are taking place in both of these locations. I'm not going to go through them all, but I encourage our community members to go to lacounty.gov/emergency, where you will get updates on those orders, warnings, and road closures. And again, I am really proud of our community overall. Sometimes we talk about the looting and people who aren't listening. I'm going to tell you, 99% 9% of the people are listening, and I think that's why hopefully the injuries and fatalities and all those ugly things will stay down. So thank you to our LA County residents for working with us in partnership. And now I'd like to introduce LADWP General Manager Janice Quiñones.
Thank you and good evening. I'm Janice Quiñones, CEO and Chief Engineer of LADWP. In preparation for the windstorm, LADWP activated its emergency preparation plans and filled all 114 available water reservoirs and storage facilities throughout the city, including the 3 1-million-gallon tanks in the Palisades area. We also fuel all our generators serving our pump stations to ensure water will flow out through the emergency. We're working very closely and side by side with LA Fire Department and CAL FIRE in the command post to manage the water supplies. I want to be very clear that the water continues to flow in the Palisades area through our main system. We haven't had any disruption into the water system, but because the winds were severely limited, the air operations, the number of fire hoses connected to the fire hydrants depleted our tanks in the area, specifically in higher elevations. We immediately implemented our contingency plans to provide water trucks to support our firefighters, and our crews are working on how to refill those tanks during this very moment. Conditions for our crew are very hazardous, so we ask for your patience. We have deployed 19 water tankers to continue to provide water to fire departments on the firefighting efforts, and our engineers continue to look at other options to connect our systems and fill those water tanks faster. We're also asking our customers on the west side to conserve water to make sure that we have water available and ready as the winds and the dry conditions continue. And in the Palisade area, because of the fire conditions, there is a boil water notice in effect for SIC code 90272, and the area north of San Vicente Boulevard and to the south. It's not citywide. Again, it's 90272 SIC code. If you want more information about the boil notices, go to ladwp.com for details. In terms of the power restoration efforts, LADWP has requested mutual assistance from Pacific Gas and Electric, and we're also working very closely with Southern California Edison to support each other while we restore power as quickly and safely as possible. As of 5 p.m. today, we have restored power to over 133,000 customers, and we have about 123 customers still out of power. We have 50 customers that have been out of power for more than 18 hours, and we're prioritizing those outages. Based on our current conditions and for the safety of our crews, if your power is out, you should plan for at least 24 hours before our crews can respond to make repairs. If you see a wire down, call 911 or report that to LADWP. Our number is 1-800-DIAL-DWP. Some areas, specifically those in fire areas, will take longer because we got to get clearance from the fire department to come and make repairs. I want to thank PG&E again, at Southern California Edison, and the Metropolitan Water District for their support in this response. And now I want to introduce LAUSD Superintendent Alberto Carvalho.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, for your leadership. I also want to thank the leadership of the city and the county, particularly those who are leading brave men and women as frontline warriors, our first responders, in dealing with this unprecedented set of circumstances. My function here today is to thank those who are collaborating in this community effort. Number one, to thank our workforce who today courageously brought 70% of our student body back to schools. They depend on nutrition, education, and support. But I also want to make an announcement specific to tomorrow. We certainly were hoping that conditions would significantly improve, that winds would subside, that the number of active fires would decrease, not necessarily increase. There would be a degree of stabilization. Unfortunately, despite the heroic efforts of our frontline men and women, that is not the case. Unfortunately, as a result of the unpredictability of high winds, a number of simultaneous fires throughout the community, a number of clouds of smoke, dust have permeated into our communities, making conditions less than desirable and in some instances downright dangerous. Our first priority is to protect the well-being of our workforce and our students. That is exactly what we are duty-bound to do. So after ample consultation with leaders, after clear examination of the data available, and entering a second night of this crisis, it is prudent to announce that all schools across Los Angeles Unified will be closed tomorrow, effective immediately. That applies not only to K-12 centers, applies to early education centers, career and technical centers, as well as adult education centers. Obviously, beyond the bell activities and child care services will also be suspended. Considering the level of poverty and despair in our community, we are not only professionally but also morally responsible for providing some degree of sustenance, as we often do. Therefore, we are activating 8 different centers for the distribution of food through a grab-and-go process for students of Los Angeles Unified. That will begin early tomorrow morning. For information about school closures and the location of the grab-and-go locations, please visit www.lusd.org. You will also find resources of support for our workforce and our students. Tomorrow, we will be pivoting 100% of our students to a continuity of learning model with virtual resources available for all of them. Sometime around 4 p.m. tomorrow, we will make a decision after consultation with leaders, as well as a careful examination of the trends as we observe them about what Friday will be like. I want to close by once again thanking our parents for their resilience, our workforce for their courage, and the remarkable men and women of this community who are working as first responders in very, very difficult circumstances. I will add that, unfortunately, the unthinkable has happened. We've lost 2 schools. 2 schools, elementary schools, providing educational services to over 700 students in the Palisades area, have been completely destroyed. We're talking about Marquez Elementary and Palisades Elementary. 30% of Palisades High Charter School was destroyed. We were on site and could not believe what we were witnessing. We are prepared to relocate those students to provide a continuation of their educational services and restore normalcy to those families and those communities. Unas palabras en español. Me siento muy agradecido al liderazgo de nuestra alcaldesa, la señora Bass, y al liderazgo de la ciudad de Los Ángeles y en nuestro condado. Hemos observado condiciones muy difíciles en nuestra comunidad y debido a estas condiciones sin precedente en nuestra ciudad, hemos decidido cerrar todos nuestros planteles escolares mañana. Mañana por las 4 de la tarde vamos a decidir lo que vamos a hacer para el día siguiente, viernes. Quiero agradecer a nuestra fuerza laboral, a nuestros maestros, nuestros directores de escuela, nuestro personal de apoyo y también a las personas, los bomberos, los policías y el liderazgo de nuestra comunidad por el nivel de colaboración en apoyo a nuestro sistema escolar. Estamos preparados para abrir 8 centros de distribución de comidas gratis para nuestros estudiantes, empezando mañana. Una vez más, quiero agradecer a los esfuerzos de nuestra comunidad durante una crisis sin precedente aquí en Los Ángeles. Thank you very much.
Okay, everyone. I was just informed that we have another brush fire that has just broken out in the Hollywood Hills near Rustic Canyon. I missed that. Yes. I'll start over. So I just want to announce very, very quickly that we have a new brush fire that has just broken out within the last 5 minutes in the Hollywood Hills near Runyon Canyon. I don't have a lot of information. I can tell you we're throwing all of our available resources at it as we speak. I am seeing active water drops as we speak. As we have more information, we'll disseminate this to all of you. But I'm going to go ahead and excuse myself so we can go ahead and start to strategize and move towards mitigating this additional major emergency in the city. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chief, very much for that information and for your cooperation. And I just have to say that Los Angeles, as a region, as a county, as a city, we will get through this. We will stay together. We will be strong. We will make it through these next several days, and then we will begin the recovery period. And let me just say that the reason I'm so confident in that is, one, because of my faith in Angelenos, period, but also because of the leadership that is here. You see every level of government working together, as you have on several occasions over the last couple of years. And I just remember 2 years ago when we were here for a first ever weather event in Los Angeles, a potential hurricane. And I think we all understand in our city that due to climate change, we're going to continue to see very unusual weather events. And this is a historic event considering the strength of the winds. I also want to acknowledge that we're joined here by the head of the firefighter union, United Firefighters of Los Angeles City, Freddie Escobar. Thank you, and please give our regards to the men and women of the firefighters who have kept us safe and who have saved lives. I will open it up for questions now. Oh, by the way, let me acknowledge, too, that we have a number of members who are general managers of various departments, should you have a specific question.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Question about the water supply issue. I know this is unprecedented in so many ways, and right now there's a lot of raw emotions about
Right.
but for residents who are angry and even perhaps blaming the city for not having enough water supply, I'm curious what your response to that is.
Sure. Well, let me make a comment, but then I would also invite up our general manager from the DWP. So, as I just mentioned, this is an absolutely unprecedented event. It has been many, many years since we've faced this strong winds. So the water pressure dropped as a result of the massive need to fight this unprecedented incident. Water remains available in the Palisades through hydrants, but also through water tankers that have been deployed. Claims that the tanks weren't full are false. On Monday evening, all available water tanks were filled before the fire. DWP is standing by to refill those tanks immediately when it's possible. DWP and LAFD are both managing water resources together from the command center. And just let me say that when you have events like this, as you mentioned, where emotions are high, I mean, so many people have been affected. Our families, our friends have been affected, and it's easy to get caught up in information that is not accurate, which is the reason why we do press conferences exactly like this, because we want people to have accurate information. And I think most of us know that the internet is not always the best place to get accurate information. But with that, let me call on our general manager who could give you more specific information.
Thank you, Mayor. And I will second your comments. We did fill all 3 tanks. There were 3 million gallons of water available when this fire started. As I mentioned in the morning, we saw 4 times the demands of water that we've ever seen in the system. We opened every valve available to push as much water into the Palisades area. This fire was different and unprecedented because they didn't have air resources to fight it. So you're fighting a wildfire with a fire hydrant system. Fire hydrants are not made to fight multiple houses, hundreds of houses at a time. They're made to fight 1 or 2 houses when they come in. And so we were trying, for us, for DWP, our first priority was to get water to the fire department for life safety. And that was what we were trying to do. To this day, we're still continue working very closely with Metropolitan Water Department to try to make connections into their system and bring water pressure up so that we can fill the tanks. But in order for me to fill the tanks, I had to ask the fire department to stop fighting the fire. And that's a very tough operational decision to make. And so the fire department and DWP, we worked together on creating tactical operations in the process to make sure that they had enough water to continue fighting the fire. We were able to bring water with water tankers until we can get this engineering solution in play. We tried 3 contingency plans and all failed because we were also in very hazardous conditions where our crews had to be evacuated because the fire was so active around our area. But we have not given up, and we expect to have a solution very soon to make sure that we have water in those tanks and keep pushing water into the higher elevations. I also want to mention there's about 1,000 hydrants in that Palisades area. About 20% of those were without water. So less than 200 hydrants were without water. The rest we were supplying water to. So it's just a very challenging environment. But our goal continues to make sure that we are supporting the firefighting efforts and at the same time keeping the power on in those areas so that our water pumps are functioning and that we're able to fight the fires in other areas of the region because, as you know, it's not just Palisades that's burning.
Let me just, could you hold on 1 second? Let me just acknowledge Council President Marquise Harris Dawson and Council Member Imelda Padilla. Also, 80% fire hydrants with water. If you want accurate information, notify la.org. Dave?
In addition to the concerns about water pressure, criticisms from Rick Caruso, who said that there was insufficient discretion clearance by the city and county, from others who pointed out that the fire department seen a reduction in its budget last spring, and that you were overseas when you should have been here. Any of these claims hit the mark, and if not, what is the real story?
Well, let me just say that we are actively fighting this fire, and this is a time for vigilance and action, not speculation. This is a time for Angelenos to come together, united, to protect themselves and their families, and also each other. So what we are seeing is the result of 8 months of negligible rain and winds that have not been seen in LA in at least 14 years. It's a deadly combination, and I've been in constant contact with our fire commanders on the ground and our partners at every level of government. I've spoken to President Biden's Chief of Staff, Secretary Mayorkas from Homeland Security, Secretary Todman from Housing and Urban Development, Senator Padilla, Governor Newsom. This is going to be an effort of all of us coming together, and we have to resist any effort to pull us apart. In terms of my flight home, I was on a military flight, as I mentioned, which allowed me to be in constant communication. I was on the phone, on the plane, almost every hour of the flight. So although I was not physically here, I was in contact with many of the individuals that are standing here throughout the entire time. When my flight landed, immediately went to the fire zone and saw what happened in Pacific Palisades. Thank you.
Did you also have access when you were on your commercial flight?
I did have access on my commercial flight, like most people do. Oh, I should take that up. Who should do that since the chief left? Do you know? Okay.
You know, as far as plans for something like that, you know, you hope that you can get up there. These are narrow roads in many cases, and the reality is you hope that people will pull to the side. People panic. Some people stop in the middle of the roadway, not allowing people behind them to get by. There's pressure to evacuate. Some people then left their car, and it could have been disabled. It could have been a situation where they were disoriented or panicked, and they left, and everybody behind them is stuck behind them. They also then feel the pressure of the fire and want to leave, and all of a sudden you have a whole street blocked, as we saw in this case, with vehicles. The fire department went in there, assessed it, and did what they had to do by moving those vehicles to be able to get fire apparatus to the emergency.
She wrote a memo 4 weeks ago that said the reduction has severely limited the LAFD's capacity to prepare for, train for, and respond to large-scale emergencies like wildfires, and specifically as to the helicopters. Without this funding, pilot compliance and readiness are jeopardized, and aerial firefighting capabilities are diminished. And that sounds kind of alarming, because how concerned are you that her assessment has affected what's played out in the city in the last day?
Well, I am confident that it did not. I will call up a representative from the fire department to address that. But I will also say that within this fiscal year, LAFD actually would go above what was allocated on July 1st. Did you want to make a comment?
So, good evening, Jacob Robbie, PIO, LAFD. So when we discussed, as the fire chief discussed earlier, this is an absolutely unprecedented event. We have, we have another fire that just broke out. Any fire department, even our size, is stressed thin, which is why we call in our mutual aid partners, our additional resources. Of course, we can always use more resources, which is why we ask for more resources, because we always want to be the most prepared we possibly can to get ready for the next fire, because we don't know what these winds are going to do. This is something that we have not seen in my 16 years in LAFD and 5 years in another fire department. I've never seen winds that made it to the Pacific Ocean, turned around and went back up the canyon. So this is not something that any fire department can be prepared for, and we always want to have more resources, and we're always going to ask the mayor for more resources for that. I'm not going to be able to speak on the fire chief on that aspect of it, so I'm going to defer to Chief Crowley on that. Okay.
I can tell you that they were found in the impacted area, specifically what caused it, and the specific details. Our goal is to find out. As I stand here before you, I don't know yet. We did dispatch homicide detectives out there just to make sure that everything is done appropriately. And at the right time, we'll forward all of you the information that we get. At the end of the day, it's absolutely tragic.
for if you just want to put it here, it's the same vantage point at that point. Oh, true. Yeah, because we were aiming for for the whole thing. You got it? Thank you. Now at least this. Yeah. Oh yeah. Just. I am going to swap batteries. Oh yeah, for sure. Oh, thanks, man. Might as well turn this off for now. Yeah, that worked. Oh, once I finally sat down, I was like, oh yeah, it's cool. We're the same age, right? I think we had that combo. 37, yeah.
You're 37? Oh, you're a little older, but we're close. We're within range.
30?
30. On Monday, I'll be 33.
Oh, happy birthday, bro.
Thanks.
You look great for 37. Thanks, bro. I tried. Maybe this last few days when I was in Cancun didn't help, but I can't wait to get back in the gym.
Yeah, well, it looks like you tried, so.
I haven't been in the gym since like the 30th, I think. But I've been doing a lot of walking.
Yeah, that helps.
with my I call my old man shoes. No, but yeah, I think it's just like the lack of nutrients. We're just literally surviving on a banana, and you didn't even eat that much. Like,
I'll even settle for like Taco Bell at this point on the way out.
I have a friend who lives in Hollywood Hills, and I texted a group that we're in, and I'm like, Kevin, you fired in Hollywood Hills. He goes, oh, I heard, I'm going to go get my stuff. I'm like, be careful. And then one of our friends goes, please make sure you get my hair product that you stole from me. Thanks.
I know. Priorities, right?
Priorities, that was funny. Oh, my friend lives on Franklin.
Yeah, that's in the zone. I'm wondering, like, my wife's coworkers at KTLA, a lot of them probably live near the station.
Yeah,
so,
I have a lot of friends that live there.
Like we were talking about earlier, are they leaving now to go take care of their own selves?
Oh yeah, I think one of my friends at the morning show, he's the main anchor at CBS 2.
Oh, okay.
So I texted him and he hasn't answered, so I'm hoping he's... Seriously.
¿Ya te vamos a regresar después? Sí, ya te vamos a regresar.
Que si ya me puedo ir, mover para cargar mi teléfono.
¿Seguimos en la misma posición? ¿Hasta el final?
Sí, necesito ir a la camioneta. Cargar un poco mi carro. Ya estaba cargada, pero... Oye, Alfredito.
the gas line? Yeah, I think so. Hey, what's the Texas that's gonna blow up?
Why don't nobody put it out? You don't know? You guys know why nobody's putting the fire out? Huh? So the gas company didn't let the fire go? Wow.
Hola. Hola. Amigo. Papá, te mando un beso aquí.
¿Qué tal, Jorge? Así es. Aquí personas que están tratando de sacar las llamas de sus casas. Mira, es impresionante esta imagen que estamos viendo aquí. Uno de niños que les deja la imagen. Es una casa que se incendió hace unas horas. Los bomberos trataron de sofocar las llamas. Bueno, de hecho, pero pues las chicas han puesto a incendiar estas zonas. Aquí, en este que también en la casa alrededor, tienen la misma situación con estas llamas. Nos encontramos, diferencia por la situación, por los fuertes vientos, pues seguirá bastante grave, continuarán incendiando toda la plaza, están preparando con cientos de bomberos que se encuentran en la zona, cuadrillas y cuadrillas de bomberos y policías que vemos pasar cerca de nosotros para tratar de sofocar las llamas y también pues la policía, por supuesto, trazando la zona, también pidiendo a la gente que evacúe, la gente que no tiene que estar aquí, que salgan, porque también aquí estamos transitados mucho por los camiones de bomberos, las cuadrillas y mucha gente que increíble, pero están tomando fotografías y están excluyendo el paso, que están pidiendo que se retiren de la zona para poder permitir a las cuadrillas de bomberos este es mi reporte, seguiremos informándole y comentando.
I don't want to leave. I want to go home quiet.
question. What was this done over here? It was on Highway Boulevard, Children. Children. Desde Claudia, como todo el tiempo se va. No, Claudia. Llega el último minuto. Porque, tal y como lo mencionas, destrucción y muerte. Las autoridades ya confirmaron que son 5 personas las que murieron en este incendio y son decenas de estructuras que fueron destruidas por el fuego, como esta que se ve aquí americana, fueron decenas de negocios que fueron destruidos también. Son negocios de la cadena, la gente tratando de apagar las llamas de sus casas. mucha gente aquí alrededor tratando de ayudar a los vecinos, llevándose mascotas, y pasan también cuadrillas de bomberos que siguen subiendo hacia el área de la montaña a tratar de sofocar las llamas, que parece que no da tregua. La situación sigue muy caótica, muy difícil, como lo hemos venido en un incendio histórico con una destrucción de grandes proporciones. Este es mi reporte con el municipio de Los Ángeles. Buenas tardes.
Something inside of that caught. It might have been some kind of gas because we could hear it burning, see those flames explode, and that just did the last little job on the rest of that garage. And so a lot of flame and smoke now coming out of that garage. It's just intensifying as we stand here. And when we look inside, it is nothing but flame. Nothing but flame on all sides of that garage. And that's one of the explosions we were talking about. That just continues to pop inside of that garage. A horrific scene, and again, this house is lost. It happened before our eyes. But again, there is concern, and we are focused on the house next door as well. So we've gone 24 hours since this fire decimated the Civic Palisades community. So many homes lost in Kentucky, hundreds. And here you have this miracle that has stood here and fully withstood what we have seen play out here. This house is fully intact. Only for tonight. There was almost nothing else burning in this town actively, except for this home right here, and the risk it is now imposing on the house next door. It is just almost too much to think about. But things look good. We've been watching the eaves, and they look like they're intact. Sparks and embers have been brushing up against the home, and nothing has caught as of yet. There you can see it just pushing the force of the fires, pushing the flames, these embers right towards that home. We had a good wind for a little bit, blowing kind of west to east, away from that home, and at times it shifts, it goes the other way and pushes it directly into that home there. And so it's just a waiting game at this point. Hoping this fire dies down enough that this home survives. You know, it's made it this long, it's still looking good, and we just keep our fingers crossed that it stays that way, because this town has seen enough loss and devastation. We need to take some wins when we get it. If we still have one here, hopefully that remains the case when all is said and done. But this house here, add it to the list.
Fresh fire resource, so we thought, but there's a few more burning of that. But there's quite a lot of activity.
You think it's better than stay here? Go down there?
Yeah. So if they feel better, then you should be pushed down there. Yeah. The only thing is that, yeah, this is a gas fire, so this is constantly going. So if once they feel that, it's pushed down there. So
Go down there.
go check. But if they put it down, it will be dark.
True.
Because it just came into the plane now and firefighters came, so that might be off some.
In an hour or less?
Less. So we're on RTV London 3-4 right now, so we'll be quite honestly, I think we're all maybe develop this evaluation
Oh shit, I was help us, man. Y'all need to help us, man, please. Gang. No. Gang, even rolling up. Man.
This is the one that's important. Yeah, there's basically stuff running all the way.
Okay. You said RTV London 3-4?
Yes. So we need to come down first though, yeah? So should we just kind of
do the dance?
Yeah. Okay, let me just message them quickly.
What do you think? Should I go scoot up a little bit?
Yeah, do you want to just go live and walk up? Would you like just do the walk live or?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. That's no problem. Let me just look up Okay, Sandra, so you can come down now. Just 1 second. Hold on, let me just as soon as you're ready, let me know and I'll come down.
Okay. RTV London.
3-4.
Okay, I'm ready.
Alright, let's just do it, Sandra. Should be quite seamless. So he's ready. So just if we disconnect, okay. So that is 3-4, right? So once we do them, yeah.
This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service.
Hey, that's a gas line? Yeah, I think so. Hey, what's the chance that's gonna blow up? Why don't nobody put it out? You don't know? You guys know why nobody's putting the fire out? So the gas company didn't let the fire on?
Uno, dos. Excuse me. Hola. Amigo. ¿Qué tal, Jorge? Así es. Aquí decenas de personas están tratando de sofocar las llamas de sus casas. Mira, es impresionante esta imagen que estamos viendo aquí. Mira, mío, si les dejo aquí la imagen. Es una casa que se incendió hace unas horas. Los bomberos trataron de sofocar las llamas. Bueno, de hecho sofocaron las llamas, pero pues las chispas han vuelto a incendiar esa zona. Aquí se comenta que también decenas de casas alrededor tienen la misma situación con estas llamas, que pues están de alguna manera volviendo a encenderse poco a poco, y que pues las familias y el incendio origen ha destruido pues han decenas de vestidos, ya son más de 100, también ha quemado decenas de negocios en la cadena, varios negocios han sido incendiados a lo largo de la transitada calle, mientras el incendio se extiende hacia el este. También se vuelve a comentar que los partidos en el área, decenas también resultaron vendiéndose. Esto fue porque me dicen las autoridades de la paciencia, de no más entre las estructuras destruidas hay que mencionar que se encuentra el centro de Pasadena. Este incendio Ichen ha quemado 217 acres de la montaña de San Gabriel al este del noroeste, y pues las familias siguen aquí, los bomberos continúan llegando, los vemos subir hacia la montaña de esta zona donde nosotros nos encontramos. Y creen que pues la situación por los fuertes vientos pues seguirá bastante grave, continuarán incendiándose varias casas, se están preparando, son cientos los bomberos que se encuentran en la zona, cuadrillas y cuadrillas de bomberos y policías que vemos pasar cerca de nosotros para tratar de sofocar las llamas, y también pues la policía, por supuesto, resguardando la zona, también pidiendo a la gente que evacúe, la gente que no tiene que estar aquí, que salgan, porque también aquí está muy transitado por los camiones de bomberos, las cuadrillas y mucha gente que ha llegado a ayudar, que eso es increíble, pero también mucha gente que está nada más tomando fotografías y están obstruyendo el paso, que están pidiendo que pues se retiren de la zona para poder permitir a las cuadrillas de bomberos más fácilmente accesar hacia las montañas. Entonces, este es mi reporte, seguiremos informándoles un poco más adelante.
I don't want to. I don't want to leave. I want to go help fight. Sorry. This is all phone wire, so it's not hot.
Cover. Let me see what. Cover. Yeah. Pero Claudia, como todo el tiempo se va. No, Claudia. Se va, llega al último minuto. Debido, por supuesto, no que me den un minuto.
Acérquese a tu derecha. Okay. Hazme más check, por favor. Check. 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 Una vez.
Si ves a alguien, refleja. Si ves a alguien que habla español, me dices, Corte, tal y como lo mencionas, destrucción y muerte. Las autoridades ya confirmaron que son 5 personas las que murieron en este incendio y son decenas de estructuras que fueron destruidas por el fuego, como esta que se encuentra aquí a mi espalda. También les comento que fueron decenas de negocios que fueron destruidos también. Son negocios en el área de Altadena. El incendio ICAN ha quemado más de 2.227 acres en las montañas de San Gabriel, al este y noreste de Altadena, y Altadena se ha contenido realmente es un 0%. El incendio que sabemos inició ayer a las 6 de la tarde y sigue muy fuerte aquí porque debido a los vientos de Altadena. También muchos residentes decidieron no salir del área y varios resultaron heridos, y eso a pesar de que las autoridades habían emitido órdenes inmediatas de evacuación. Varios fueron trasladados al hospital. Aquí la situación continúa siendo caótica, la gente tratando de apagar las llamas de sus casas. Hay mucha gente aquí alrededor tratando de ayudar a los vecinos, llevándose mascotas, y pasan pues también cuadrillas de bomberos que siguen subiendo hacia el área de las montañas a tratar de sofocar las llamas, que parece que no dan tregua. La situación sigue muy caótica, muy difícil, como lo hemos venido mencionando, un incendio histórico con una destrucción de grandes proporciones. Este es mi reporte, Jorge, de Centro de los Estudios. Buenas tardes.
Or she's on the other side. On the other side. Is there anything waiting over there?
Mira, ahí, pero no
y nos vamos a estar en pantalla los tres.
¿Vamos a hablar o no?
No sé, pero vamos a estar a cuatro.
Hey, Matt.
Good to see you guys.
Good to see you.
How are you?
Yeah, not bad. How are you?
Mike, like,
Good to see you guys.
You have an ask and stuff?
Yeah. Sophia was asking for me. So you think it's a good spot to just stay here?
Yeah, there's kind of a lot more stuff happening up there. So we have to be allowed for, what was it, 5:45 or something, so we have to rush. So this is the first fire we saw, so we can't, but there's a few.
Long way to go.
one. You got that? 10-4. What? You see fire? Other side of the ridge, got it. It just popped up over there. How did it jump like that? That is wild. How did that happen? Well, this is exactly what we're talking about, you know. I mean, all it takes is an ember floating through. Yeah, it's weird. I'm thinking the same thing. You think it's like a new fire, a separate fire, like a car? Mount Lee. Let's check it out. Let's go. Yeah, let's check it out. The Hollywood sign. Air 7 News Desk, yep. Yeah, I was just going to tell you, apparently there's a report of a fire on Mount Lee behind the Hollywood sign. We'll check that out. Yeah. Negative. Yeah, she said Griffith Park. Off the nose. Right there, helicopter to the right in the park. See the night sun? I don't see any fire, but I see the helicopter. What do you got? They're looking for it too, but we don't see anything. I don't see anything. We're going back. Yep. Wow. Hey, Christina, you up? Hey, the Palisades fire is really flaring up all of a sudden. You want to go take a look at it over there? I think it's moving towards Brentwood. I can see Silmar. I don't see anything though. No, it's Palisades. Palisades, Brentwood. It's actually pointing due west. Due west. Let's go check it out. Wait a minute. No, let's focus on this. Let's stay here. Let's stay here. Hey, Christina, we got a new fire next to the Sunset Fire. I don't know how it started because the wind's going the other way, but this is a new fire next to a house. What street is that? Copy. We're ready. Yeah. Thank you. Well, control room, you up? Yeah, that fire's out. I think we should go back over to the Palisades. It looks like it's flaring up. Actually, before we do, Lucas, can you just take a peek right here? A little flare up at the end of Vista, I think. I'm just looking for something to talk about. Stand by. Push in there, see if we can. Thank you. To the right? Well, you got that too. You got that, and then you got that one on the top right. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, come back to the neighborhood. The left, the one on the left, at the end of Bonita, Sierra Bonita. What? Push in on that? Is that the gas line again? It's the weirdest thing. Or is that something else? Just brush? Yeah. Keep an eye on it. Tilt down, show me the houses. Copy. Yeah, that's right. The official acreage now, as we were kind of estimating earlier, is now officially at 50 acres. That is the Sunset Fire at the end of Sierra Bonita and Vista Street here in Hollywood, just north of Franklin Avenue, where you can see a lot of healthy, thick fuel continuing to smolder and still creating occasional spot fires that are concerning. In fact, just a few minutes ago, a brand new spot fire started almost a couple hundred yards away from where all of this firefight is taking place over on Nichols Canyon Road. A new fire started. They quickly tackled that with a couple of water drops, and that fire has been mitigated, but it was right next to a home along Nichols Canyon Road. In the meantime, you can still see some flare-ups occasionally here in the Runyon Canyon Road area, just off of Hillside, but so far, the fire department is keeping this fire at bay and continuing to babysit this neighborhood just north of Hollywood Boulevard. Guys? Yeah, they are battering it. There is a handful of helicopters continuing to pick up water and continue these water drops. And as long as you see tall trees like that shooting embers into the air, they're going to continue to do that all night long. It's true, although I should say that in the last hour, downtown Hollywood has really turned into a ghost town. Hollywood and Highland is pretty much deserted. You can see Hollywood Boulevard at the bottom of your screen there. Very little traffic to speak of. The heaviest traffic that I see happens to be along the 101 freeway, whether that's just normal traffic or maybe some people heading away from Hollywood. It's hard to say, but there are fire trucks crisscrossing the city of Los Angeles. In almost every direction that you look, you can see lines of fire trucks coming in from across the county and, in fact, across the state. There are still fire crews making their way into our area from Northern California, Central California, from along the coast, the Sierras, I mean, you name it, San Diego. They are all sending help in this direction. And so as you look across the horizon here in the city, you see non-stop flashing lights making their way in caravans over here towards our city, which is in desperate need of a lot of help. Yeah, they are doing structure protection along these streets. They're kind of sitting and standing by, waiting just in case any of these homes or potentially some of the landscaping in the front yards or palm trees happen to catch on fire. It's as positive of a situation as it appears from this angle. There are still new spot fires and trees catching on fire, but so far they have all been a decent distance from these properties, and we just hope that it stays that way, obviously. There is a big flare-up, I should say, as we sit over Hollywood and look across over to the Palisades fire. I have to tell you, fire crews really have their hands full out there and are launching a massive attack on a major flare-up. It's lighting up the night sky and bordering on Brentwood. As we pan across the city here, you're looking just over the 405 freeway, past Mandeville Road, and out towards the Getty. Past the Getty, you can see a large flare up there at the on top of those ridge lines in the Palisades area. We're going to go take a look at that and bring those pictures to you in a little while, but a lot of activity seems to be increasing over there in the Palisades. Hey, Christina, I'm back with you. What's the deal with the two? We could check it out, but it's unlikely. But we could take a trip and try. It's just the whole San Gabriel Valley, actually, to be honest with you, in the foothills is like smoked out. After this flight, whenever you relieve us, we'll take a good 45 minutes at least. Copy that. Sounds good. Oh yeah. What do you mean? The far, yeah. That's right along PCH, right? Or is that in the mountains? I can't tell. You know what I'd be curious to do, buddy? Is there any chance? Because how far can we go here? How far? We're almost in the line. Let's go back to where we were earlier, over the beach on the south side, looking up. I think that's... Lucas, is this a pursuit? Is this a pursuit right here? No, it's just a caravan. Okay, copy. Yeah, they're heading somewhere to help, probably CHP, relocating or something. They're not going very fast either. What do we got? Anything visual out here, Lucas? What are you finding? It looks so much more impressive from over there, but... what about in the village here? Wow, it's just horrific. Unbelievable. You know what? I actually think the other shot was better. Yeah, I think so. The one that we marked is still there? That's what I mean. Not much left, huh? Yep, absolutely. It's all gone. Oh, yeah. How's the wind feel to you? How does the wind feel to you? Not too bad, right? Is that a structure? No. Got it. $20.25 still? Hey there, go ahead. Sure. Sure. Yes. No, this is well. No, start wide, and then we can push in and show. But I want to show relation to these. So Bayless Road.
This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service.
piensan que es un caso prejuicio, ¿verdad? ¿Cuántos minutos? Dame la llave poquito, debo tener 5 minutos.
Hey, that's a gas line? Yeah, I think so. Hey, what's the chance that's gonna blow up? Why don't nobody put it out? You don't know? You guys know why nobody's putting the fire out? So the gas company just left the fire on?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, a little bit.
Maybe I should put my glasses on.
It's windy.
Then I'll be like, oh, there's the fire right there. Glasses are a good thing, huh? Oh, gosh.
It's really windy up there, I believe.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. It's down. It's like here.
The background's down.
Yeah. I mean, we can test that. We have the lights on.
it's only that small window there.
Mami, mira,
En vivo y en directo.
It's okay. I only know it's just a white wall. Why are you just shooting a white wall?
Lo infernal.
Hey, I see your text. I think that's nighttime thing.
Audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Excuse me.
Hola. Amigo.
¿Qué tal, Jorge? Así es. Aquí decenas de personas están tratando de sofocar las llamas de sus casas. Mira, es impresionante esta imagen que estamos viendo aquí. Mira, mío, si les dejo aquí la imagen. Es una casa que se incendió hace unas horas. Los bomberos trataron de sofocar las llamas. Bueno, de hecho sofocaron las llamas, pero pues las chispas han vuelto a incendiar esas zonas. Aquí se comenta que también decenas de casas alrededor tienen la misma situación con estas llamas, que pues están de alguna manera volviendo a encenderse poco a poco, y que pues las familias y el incendio origen ha destruido pues han decenas de vestidos, ya son más de 100, también ha quemado decenas de negocios en la cadena, varios negocios han sido incendiados a lo largo de la transitada calle, mientras el incendio se extiende hacia el sureste. También se vuelve a comentar que los vecinos en el área, decenas también resultaron heridos. Esto fue porque en el de las autoridades estamos entre la paciencia, la mano hacia este incendio Uchen ha quemado por 7 acres de la montaña de San Javier del noroeste, y pues las familias siguen aquí, los bomberos continúan llegando, los vemos subir hacia la montaña de esta zona donde nosotros nos encontramos. Y creen que pues la situación por los fuertes vientos pues seguirá bastante grave, continuarán incendiándose varias casas, se están preparando, son cientos los bomberos que se encuentran en la zona, cuadrillas y cuadrillas de bomberos y policías que vemos pasar cerca de nosotros para tratar de sofocar las llamas, y también pues la policía, por supuesto, resguardando la zona, también pidiendo a la gente que evacúe, la gente que no tiene que estar aquí, que salgan, porque también aquí está muy transitado por los camiones de bomberos, las cuadrillas y mucha gente que ha llegado a ayudar, que eso es increíble, pero también mucha gente que está nada más tomando fotografías y están obstruyendo el paso, que están pidiendo que pues se retiren de la zona para poder permitir a las cuadrillas de bomberos más fácilmente accesar hacia las montañas. Entonces, este es mi reporte, seguiremos informándoles un poco más adelante.
偷告诉大家，我最近发现了新法宝 Royal Face 逆时奇迹系列，它有活肤露、全效精华，还有精华霜。尤其我皮肤比较偏干，所以我非常的注重保湿。保湿做得好，肌肤自然烹润。提亮肤色更年轻，抚平皱纹超有感，而且气色变好。用心保养，每天都更美一点。美吧。